Once more, the title screen. Task awaits. We're in for the past while. The past 483, nearly 484 hours on file. Took up an endeavor, which did not go to archive, owing to its sheer magnitude. What if I did anyway, though? What if I did it again? Step by step, spin by spin. This time, more succinctly, to be able to sum up my choice of settings. Little man, arriving at the worksite to inspect the equipment. Very good, sir. So, Rail world. Resources bigger, resources more spread out. Already provoking a bite or attack. Hello, sir. Intrigued by the omission. Oh. The first delay of the session. Nothing gets explained until the little man is satisfied. Structure for you, sir? Okay. Possible assemblage that'll distract him for a moment. So, Railworld. Resources, about a third less frequent, but 3 times as large. More water on novice. Enemy bases do not expand. And time factor for evolution is lower. Anyway, though, the start of the show. The default setting, Marathon, uses attack multiplier of 4. This is to go further beyond. We could also make asteroids more abundant if we were feeling like really calibrating things. That's self-correcting of yes, you're getting more material, but also travel becomes that much more dangerous. Neat. Considerations. He is only a small biter, but once he consumes enough goo, getting close to medium. Development factor on the lad. Rapidly escalating. What's wrong? He's already got the long grabbers for grabbing things at a distance. Maybe someday we'd get him a conveyor belt. Yeah, 1000x science cost. It makes the game much longer, but in a way the consequences of which are interesting for how the game is played. If you go full default settings, some of those consequences create the need to be creative, flexible, devious. Such magic has been documented by others who have attempted the run. My other 500-hour run, which had gotten to the point where it was in space and starting to connect up the inner planets, which is the point beyond which the run becomes safe. I struck the level of difficulty that I wanted out of. Biters are still there. Biters will be provoked by pollution. Biters will evolve. But nests do not propagate. If you put in the resources to capture territory, it stays clear. Successfully defeated the tent. Powerful lad. If you want to go full-on peaceful, that's the more sensible option. If you just want to make large, slow-moving base. But enough preambling. Let's amble. About crash site. Scrounge the starter material. And get a good look around. We've started with sand. Yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're living. Oasis that can be drawn on for power. We have our 4 starter resources all kind of in one continuous blob. Local uranium. you need to locate wood. Furnace can serve as a bootleg storage container. So one of the core appeals of the multiplier is that the terms and conditions mean that you need to start doing like big builds and big planning from the start. And those big builds sometimes take on interesting forms when you're working with only the basic tools. You want to make yourself a big furnace column, but you do not have splitters or tunnels yet. Well, that's just something you need to figure out. Continue to orchestrate the usual opening moves here. Step 1, you will always need more iron. Gotta be some amount of scrub wood around here somewhere. Wood that will be needed for the first power line. There we go, get our first basic coal Ouroboros started. Foundational technology. Okay, there's some wood over there. You'll be relying on wooden power for quite a while. But also, you'll be very preciously guarding any method of sinking pollution for quite a while. So I only want to remove deadfall from this forest for the near future. Copper to get ship. Make lab. That's another key fortunate thing here. All of the non-research technologies, all the auto-triggered tech, those are not cost boosted. But it particularly matters once you make it to space. Assessing which planet to go to, it will still be Kilobase first, having proven the viability of Kilobase first. The farm life now reigns. And the other non-boosted tech, getting Automation 1 still costs only the 10 handmade beakers. You do not need to handcraft 10,000 beakers yet. Little man on deck. Are you here to observe? You're here to supervise. Are you intrigued by the sounds? Thousands of tiny mice crushing rocks. Naturally. There will be a lot of burner work to do. And as part of getting that all generally aligned, one of your first branch decisions to make is, are you going to do any early combat? Yes, here in Phase 1. Phase Capital 1, of which there are many sub-phases. You're on Novice. The number that controls everything. Current evolution factor. Right now, there are only small biters, easily defeatable with small bullets. Fired from a common hand's gun, or gun turret. When you need to emit 1,000 times the pollution in order to do research, you have only a very narrow window in which to acquire the techs that you will need to even try to keep pace with evolution. To find a weapon that can reliably fight mediums, let alone larges, let alone behemoth. There will be a sizable span of time where combat is no longer in season, where all combat will resolve with you lose. And so you must stealth up for a while. Working around the bugs. And to that end, your first actual researched technology. You want to do some serious early warfare. Taking gun turret out of the gate. And then using that to go out and fight small biters with small bullets for a while is the way to go. Because otherwise, standout first thing that you want to do is get electric mining drill for the substantial savings in power consumed and pollution emitted, fuel burnt, that this will then provide for the rest of time. To get there, materials must be made. Snap together, usual. Materials must be made and plans must be struck. And get away with a little bit more total emission before starting to agitate these nests. Little man has taken up his position on the surface of the sun. May as well put together a basic bodysuit. Maybe some value in avoiding dying. there, one of the other appeals of the run. That when the already very large cost of doing research is magnified so much, the proportionate cost of everything else is now marginal. Once you build your 1,000 research per minute base, that is the equivalent of 1 normal research per minute. You'll have spent remarkably little on the equipment itself. Prisoner is viewing the other screen. Prisoner's looking at chat, sort of. He's listening. Declare Automation 1. For the cost of just 1% of a science. Such a simple concept. And I can get some other basic fixins up and running here. Given our bereft of wood situation, iron cubes are those jobs which require cubes. Get token drill running, stone, running brick. A little bit of additional copper processing. Clean up this boundary between the two war fields. So it will begin. Yes, so in normal circumstances, gun turret would cost 10 beaker. Instead, it costs 10 kilo beaker. Now, at risk of provoking raid, actually stop. Stone drill. Come with me. Using both of these bases. Might get away with leaving the coal drills running. So our immediate terrain here, which is composed of sand and dirt. Sand sections sink 0.9 per chunk. The dirt a little bit over 1. Oh, things that are of need. Additional labs. Our first assembly. Oh, naturally. The first of my assemblers should make it. First of all, a lot of gears. And then, secondarily, war were declared. There's a lot of jogging involved. Sting my cool. Loathsome. Other things you don't have as part of your basic tools. Repair packs need to be invented. 25,000 science. That's gonna have any chance of defeating them hand to hand? Probably. No, not against 4 nests. Gotta float out here and watch for the attack group to form. While the other nest might start getting ideas. Like that. Alright, hold on. Let's already be on the ball about automatic sync here. Going all the way back to before inventing automation. Or the clouds had quite touched. Turn off the stove now. Fully burn down. Allow the immediate stench to disperse. Small token effort. Or no, I already have these rocks that I picked up from breaking big rocks. Fry a stack of those into bricks. It will eventually have needs to capture fighter bases, snare them inside a containment array. I think these first two closest ones I should just outright try to destroy. Maybe. On the other hand, it brings back the line of argument I was in favor of in the previous run. Simplify the inventory. Throw it all into the same one, use the same fuel, one at a time. Efficient use of coal. But if I can avoid destroying bases, that further delays the evolution factor. Each destroyed base is the equivalent of a reasonable glob of pollution. the constraints of this initial situation may mean that I need to just go ahead and make tiny pilot science array. Like, slowly chew on the problem, getting me a real weapon. Real for the purposes. Very, very early state of things. I don't have to worry about any part of this wasting electricity. The lab only consumes while it's active. Go for a bit of a walk and scout out more terrain. Reasonably substantial woods over here guarding that nest. Fine points of how pollution is generated and propagated are worth knowing in this endeavor. Thoroughly studied during the previous run. The 500-hour pilot project. Okay, also even more wood over here, guarding these nests. What passes for reasonable amounts of wood, given our biome. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice. Solid walls of foliage. These will be important. These will tank so much carbon. As long as I can clear a path to them first. But yeah, broadly, in aggregate, the overall emissions of your factory as a unit can be kind of treated as a point source that will then spread out over the terrain until the total amount of land under it is enough to sink your overall emissions once it hits that equilibrium point. First gun, then drill. Would make arguments for not projectile damage yet. That's a good ways off. That's when we're comfortably running our Science 1 base. Big picture for technology, of course, being that your goal on Novice is to leave Novice to any of the planets. Meaning, 1 million research for astronomy. Another 500,000 for platform thruster. Another 1 million for rocket silo, and so on, down the line. You have a bunch of important core tools that are prerequisites for going to space anyway. Like electric furnaces will happen Logistic robots will happen. Concrete will happen. But anything that is not on this direct line of succession, Assembler 2, also an important solid workhorse. Any deviations from this path need to be able to justify their utility. Of which there are many. But, particularly early on, any gratification that you can delay in order to more thoroughly tunnel vision in on your goal. Or to otherwise enrich your experience by kind of setting your own limits. It'll take a while before the cloud finishes dispersing into the ground. Should be able to start up the very, very basic box-fed 1-2 setup. Make the gears. Make the beakers. Lab the beakers. Stockpile the additional gear that will have their many uses. In order to run, I don't have radars yet. I need to stand vaguely near things in order to remote view them. First flourish will be to keep the crash site intact here. We need to preserve this for insurance purposes. .1 copper and .1 gear. Easily handled there. .1 gear is .2 iron. our astounding research rate of 6. See you all in 27 hours when Gun Turret 1 is complete. Except not at all. So. $10,000 copper. 20,000 iron. Must be wrangled to 10,000 gears. Let's start at half of that. Two copper, 4 iron. Ported. My 2 coal drills. Let that run in for a while. Eyeball out how much pollution tolerance we have to work with here. Being a 10-second per cycle tech. 1 lab to 1 assembler works out exactly. Yeah, well, I could try to wrangle together some kind of entirely box-driven pilot setup. 10-to-1 nature of this. Should start making conveyor belt. You agree, sir? You want to be conveyed, sir? Good noon, sir. There was sunlight all about. Little man already inventing solar power. So strong. Alright, moving to windowsill. Let's see here. Yep, there's what 10 Labs looks like. Yeah, so if this is your first encounter with the factory, for whatever reason, you know, all the greebling out here, those are resource fields from which to dig, refine material, for use in the machine. The initial spread of coal, copper, iron, rock. Those continue to rumble as it catch out. Simple form of the device. For the exactly one science pack be enough. Load them pretty directly onto the belt. Seeing as there's no other points of interest, the device probably ends up arbitrarily there. Finish more of a scout walk. What's going on in these directions? There was always time to punch rocks. Alright, some more signs of green. Probably this is mostly a dry area. Another small nest. Okay, first additional iron. To bask in the usual benefits of Rail World. You have to go farther for resources, but you have to go less often. Oh, solid 11 million ore to contribute to the pile. There'll be some pretty firm limits on how aggressively we can work that pile. That's a lot of metal. The equivalent of 11,000 metal. Okay, vent cloud from all of that is keeping an appropriate safety bubble for now. Light woodlands behind this nest. Sneak off with a bit more lumber. Oh good, rocks. 5 million rocks. Someday those will be so many brick walls for military research. Small nest there. Small nest, also trees. Ones are fortified with worm. Dangerous. People. Worm just on their own. And this is some pretty solid wood. This will be able to tank a lot of carbon. Physically build the machine on the other side of the pond. Beginning to do such planning, I should prepare my tools of the trade. So, consider the humble brick path. Consider a 32 tile long stretch of brick path. Now consider 32 by 32 square of brick path. Yep, 124, that's the stuff. Now take the concept. 32 by 32 chunk of the map. encoded into a blueprint, set to snap to absolute grid. Thus, tool for measuring. So the crash site here is always up and to the left of the 0 point of the map's coordinate system. Like here, at this little bit, is our origin, from which to draw grand, wondrous, arbitrary lines. Lines of great power. Because many mechanics, like pollution, operate at the chunk level. This I can measure the distance from the nearest hostile hive to all of our structures. Plan accordingly. Something like this, which is 30 tiles long. A 10-pack, a 3x3 item. Fit comfortably into one map chunk. Like this. All the way over here. Run the appropriate cables. Start getting all the parts together for that. And crafting costs no pollution. Powerful ally. Alright, so we can fit 3,000 metal in each of those boxes. let that run its course. Of note, here in the start, because you have pipe underground, but no conveyor underground, it can be easier to move the water closer to your fuel in order to set up your boilers than to bring the fuel to your water. Pipes don't cost much. Mining drill is also a 10 project. A lot of these are 10-second. No, actually, let's save one row of arms. Assembler's direct insert. Yeah, there's nothing lost when you demolish a building on the ground. You're retrieving and disassembling it. These run at point. Grandfathered technology. The burner drill refuses to be flipped. fish. So to keep these running, I would need 3 active copper furnaces. And 6 iron. If I can make my way up to 4-8. Probably dubious to do that without actually getting into combat. Some of that pressure will be reduced by having the power plant a little further away. Good point. "42 science. In a mere 4 hours, I will have gun turret. Less any interruptions to the system. I need that copper drop off to over here instead. And that is just within the capacity of that one basic duo. Might need to give it a bit more fuel endurance. Might need to have more fuel drill running. Dangerous, though. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. Oh man, very skilled at risk assessment. Though, of course, I can have this whole setup take naps. I need to let the pollution cloud slack a bit. Has been running for a little bit. Emissions comparison. Those assemblers are hardly doing anything compared to the burner mine itself. The drills are the primary threat. Between being the smaller overall polluter and being set in the back lot, the research machine should be okay to go for a while. Before I made my body armor. Fine Wigglets here. Okay, the trees are helping to screen those southern nests. This one that will be the first source of any danger. That I can now try to put a number on. And also go ahead and manage how the mines are operating, where, for example, so all of the stuff inside this chunk, all of its pollution gets pooled together into one local smog cloud. Hello, sir. You hear me discussing stank emissions, and you naturally drop in as a consultant? As an expert on fumes and vapors? Particulates of all kinds? Excellent, sir. Hello. Like, if I move the coal drills across the border, well, they'd be applying more pressure to that one, but in the process, also be spreading more of their stench over on those tiles that way. And away from those. I can move the copper over into that segment. That would maximize safety bubbles. And then just having the iron continue there in that center bit for now. I think that slightly better optimizes our pollution spread. And in order to get more iron, I might indeed have to go all the way over there and start tapping into this before scaling up anything more here on the local, till such time as I can subdue the nearby nest. Became further necessary, I could move coal boiler further back. Take advantage of some of this dirt. Or, for the low price of more shuffling about being needed in the micromanagement. If fish around for my keys here to get at the graphs. The drills themselves are the main emitters right now. If I were to move the furnaces all out here, pile the ore up in boxes, shuttle it over, or run some sort of long conveyors belt. Do one and then the other. Require snapping together more cubes. Put that to comparison. Six furnaces are the equivalent of one burner drill. If I removed all of those, I would be able to add one more drill back in. And be emitting the same amount of stench. Or go for the reduced emissions. for the same throughput. Each 300 metal plates I drop off, another entire percent of the job. In the long term, long conveyor is necessary. Many conveyor will be built for many reasons. One of the fundamental wise decisions of how the overall progression of the tech tree is put together. Alright, this is being held back by the actual need to shovel in the iron plates faster to keep the machine running. Both boxes are required. Some sort of slightly faster arm. Arms were long? Someone had invented the arm longer? Environments to make you appreciate that the red arm is not just longer than the basic yellow arm, it is slightly faster. Thus, setting down the humble beginnings. Getting this thing set up to run on conveyor. Connect each module, one at a time. And a useful way that you can confirm whether or not your cloud is starting to hit nests. It is starting to hit nests. Let's dial back coal extraction. Coal extraction has been silent for a while. Up to 3 iron drills. Up to 1 copper drill. Closer. Again. Would you like me to deploy your house? You require a housing facility. Okay, he's moved off to the other room. Over there. Sort of automat. Wild, crazy things one could do. Arms that move. Looking good. Iteration of the stink cloud. I think part of the move here next would be mostly cut off mining from this iron entirely. Since I need to use this location for copper and gold. I have an alternative source of iron. That'll also want to out wider slice around that iron field. Get a proper view of what's out there. Converting spare iron into bullet. So, for example, this iron field mostly occupies these 4 chunks here. Maybe, yeah, a little bit of that extends out into this one. This nest. "11 chunks away safely." That's a lot of radius of dirt that will be able to absorb this smog. So dry. Yeah, there we go. There's a problem. There's a limiter posed on the use of this field. Instead of 11 distance, there is 2. Mine from this corner. Get 1 extra tile of tolerance. Right though. On the other side. 7 distance from that nest. This one, not at all threatening to hypothetical mining operation. Actually had built up some tools. I've been meaning to rebuild into other form, but as they are, they can be put back to work in the mine. The new mine. Freshly minted. Now, when our pollution per minute in question is 12. Distance of 3 will let us get away with running 2 drills out here. It's better than nothing. We have managed 11% of gun turret. Hiding there behind currently inert webcam. I can tag that out. I should get the label and the webcam unified together into a single layout object for ease of positioning. Nothing has attacked me. Ocean Cloud is holding steady. Lucian has not hit the nests in the last 10 minutes. There's a total quantity of pollution that needs to strike them before they can purchase an attack group. Over the course of this session, get all this initial scouting sorted out. And get maybe close to ready to start fighting. Important numbers to keep track of. Evo factor 0.02. Still in our safe zone. Part of the workflow here is after getting gun turret, we stop research and its emissions. Build turrets, build bullets, and go on the hunt. Or other arbitrary design element from Kilobase Mark 1. Here at the origin chunk. This will be our landing pad for eventual space operations. An 8x8 structure. Till then, would be the site of a pile of storage cubes. wherein to heap up any surplus equipment. View range, please. Cross another chunk border to be in radar range of them. So, other tool that I need to have available. Containment array. As of space age, since these can be turned into productive buildings eventually with nest capture, these are grid aligned. They didn't used to be. And the mechanic that has remained approved of and in place. That if you obstruct the entire valid spawning radius of a nest, it will go dormant. It will be unable to place units. Of which the least expensive structure to try and do this with should be an inner circle and then 2 layers spaced out. Yeah, that sounds right. Also, how it works out with the radius building. Nest itself in the interior being a 5x5. Inner square that serves as the targeting reticle. Snap onto the nest. And that might be sufficient. I would go back and consult other versions of the document. Okay, I did have some of them mounted in the library. Containment array. 2 layers. No, 3 layers. That inner ring, which I have there as solid concrete for the fancy, robust version of the containment array. In its first generation form, I'll be placing these by hand anyway. Any excess tube are likely to be put down in the heat of combat, then retrieved later. There we go. So, 1 containment grid of tubes. Tubes for nest. works. The war plan for taking out that nest over there. Properly sealing off that nest over there. Right, good. The drills are performing as expected. Safe. Get close enough. Spot. And go and plant your aiming unit on each nest. And then you'll end up with an appropriate pipe glyph. What's necessary to contain all of them. So, like, set up some gun turrets that use target filtering to only attack the creatures and not the nests themselves. Position them to suppress the nest, then walk in and place the pipes. And once you have such things, they're also then easily converted later on into pollution farms, into siphons. If you then set up a defense perimeter around the enclosure, selectively reopen one point. Yep, this is the arrangement that signifies the place of honor. This is the cool dude shape for cool dudes only. You might not be cool enough to approach the center of this field and eat all the glowing rocks. We buried the secret to immortality very far under the ground. Come get it. Fuel for boilers. Will require another trip. Be able to sneak back up to four fuel drills. And then move the iron out. Now then moved some of the iron out. And these are just shouldering away. One of them ran out of rocks. And of course, if the drills hit the point where they've extracted their quota ore for this phase, then all the better. I'll be able to shut them down preemptively. They'll be deployed again after the way is clear. Yeah, between not having biter colonies be a thing and the sheer magnitude of research cost. Kilobase process turns everything into a nice, slow, casual, methodical burn. There's a great deal of logistical peril hanging over the start of Kilobase, and it is in the form of the physical threat posed by the bugs. But instead of constantly pestering you with the busy work of repelling wave after wave of critters, it presents a puzzle made of knives. If I were to move the research machine even further out into this field, that would help relieve pressure on that smog further. Whole 58 SPM. The science! Bit of elasticity. Steam setup. From the weight of the steam itself in the boiling. This is not in peaceful. I am using Railworld as my base settings, which includes biter bases do not reproduce. They will still build attack groups in response to direct stank emissions. But the thing that is, in fact, the much more common source of attacks by the endgame of creating settlement parties who want to go build new housing. That won't happen. The bases will upgrade the stuff they can send in accordance with the Evo factor, but their fortifications, in the form of worms, will only scale up as you increase distance from the start location. So as well, per practical experience from the other run, there should be more than enough material to get to space before having to fight large worm. let alone behemoth worm. The question of how to fight medium worm, still pretty dangerous. Illustrating the expected plume of smog there. That's in line with projections. I build safety margins into most of the spreadsheeting that I've done on the side. With how much travel time is involved, even after you have vehicles, better to save yourself the walk. You will not reach a flashpoint in time to fix any damage. This is Space Age. Will be in the cards. A very, very tall deck of cards. That one comedically large deck of cards that needed 2 porters to carry it. That was there to specifically protest that there was no explicit upper limit to the size of a deck of cards in tournament rules. And demonstrate why there should be a limit by getting itself banned. It will be the want to set up 1000x power. Volcano. Garbage. And farming. 1000 times iceberg. And having a setup that demands that you build large space platforms, that also accomplishes good things. You can get away with not a lot of space production when clearing the game on regular settings. Whereas here, getting into orbit is one of our very important milestones, because we go from being under constant threat of running out of available iron on the ground to having an infinite iron reservoir that falls out of the sky. The point that building your space science beakers generates surplus iron. Those are limited by the supply of ice cubes. Rocks there. Keep the one full stack of wood in my pocket. Round it up. Surplus wood can be dropped off at the wood henge. Throw down the containment diagrams for the other nests. These two are the first ones to grab, then, for the joy of geometry. Further out that you push the radius, the more surface area that you're gaining underneath it. These ones also have the benefit of being behind some trees. Makes them a bit less convenient to fight. That's a pair of worms. Just this over here, those 3 nests that are on the list for combat. Phase 1-1 has been this initial getting our feet on the ground, looking around, creating baby's first supply chain. Phase 1-2 will be our initial round of basic gun turret combat, where we just see how many nests can be properly put under the tubes. Before, probably the thing that would end that phase would be when the Evo factor manages to catch up. The first threat point there being medium biter, which is tough enough to shrug off a regular bullet. Takes a lot more regular bullet to defeat one medium biter than a small. It would be see how much terrain we can efficiently capture. With the use of those tools. The second window of opportunity for combat that comes off of getting the piercing magazine. And then the big one. Like, look and gesticulate ahead. The big one is flamethrower. With the right supply lines, you can also go after laser and manage to get to laser soon enough. Flamethrower is much closer. Oil processing is needed anyway. Yeah, everything over there. As far as amount of diversion that it is from the core. Military tech also, it pays itself back by improving the efficiency of all of your weapon systems. That's important for space travel when you want good point defense. Deal with asteroid chunks. I guess it's like 20 per mil, 30, so 50 over there. Another 50 over there, and then another 50 over there. 150,000 to get flamethrower, which even unupgraded flamethrower can kill a behemoth. Fairly inefficiently, but it can do it. And then once you get any damage upgrades stacked onto the flamethrower, it becomes a fairly cromulent siege weapon. And unless your map generation has been really, really rude to you, it's not too difficult to get a fuel line to any given battlefield. And a small number of oil pumps can sustain a nice controlled burn. Man, I was also doing all of that combat with only crude oil previously. One could, if they're fancy, use refined oil for damage multiplying purposes. They're being fancy about it. I crunched a lot of numbers on the subject, mumbled back and forth over how applicable they were. Mostly held up versus practical battle data from the actual run. The very short version of it is regular bullet can handle the smalls. All of them. Piercing bullet can handle the medium. To fight large and up, you want a non-bullet weapon. Bullets can be upgraded to the point that they will work, but at such great cost that you would have been able to get beam or burn before then. Explosive stuff might also be good. Because like the rocket launcher as a personal weapon is good as your like least expensive way to get siege equipment. Cheapest route to a thing that can outrange most worms, especially by then you're going to have quality worked into your setup. If you so choose to play with quality. That'll be an awkward one. Might be a while before I take on that one. Some of these are small enough that I should be able to pull off an assault. Just using regular turret creep. Others I will need fortified siege camps. Properly hold the line. Getting out into medium worm zone. Yeah, these are nests that I won't be fighting for very long. Medium worm over there with its 5 physical armor. You call that bullet? The ghost pipes are for creating biter jail. They are the containment system. It is an alternative to breaking the nests. You block all of the places where a nest could spawn. It won't. It will have pollution stored up in it, ready to go on an oil field. Good to have spotted that, even if it is in a dangerous location. Now, this is probably something that will be fought over using piercing bullets. Duct is quite powerful nest. Or really, by the time I'm fighting over this one, I'll probably just destroy it rather than trying to suppress it. More coal, more rocks. Even more iron. Good things to start seeing. Another 15 million. A nice secluded woodland. Enough visibility. Be a little confident. Drop some drills here. Stealth mining begins. I can drop a little fuel tap onto that coal deposit. Create tiny supply caches all over the planet. Might not be able to get away with 4 of them. Okay, 4 tiles of safe distance and a little bit of wood. My metrics rate that for 3. They're going to shut themselves off pretty quickly, rather than running forever. Yeah, another 4 tile distance over there. I put them up at the junction. Valuable skill of pollution gerrymandering. Some of that will be emitted directly into those woods as well, which will help tank everything that they're releasing. Oh, hey, more coal over here. The fuel situation is pretty well accounted for. 19 million, and I haven't even finished looking at it. That'll be so much plastic someday. So many grenades. Thinking grenades. Full of ideas. Yep, little man. Still in the other room, taking 1/1000th of a nap. vast trove of wood. Really should circle back and kick the research machine again. So many atoms. I haven't seen any copper yet. Could have more oil. I think that is also the case with Death World Run, but it's even more so here. At 1,000 times gravity, the efficiency module becomes a true champion. Spend 20% power, which is to say, fit 5 times the machinery into the same amount of space without angering anyone. Okay, there's some copper. There's a humble 7 million copper. The stealth mod. Good that we're not completely desolate in terms of available wood supply. Use of the wood itself and for broader strategic use. Carbon management. Once I'm trying to drive supply lines through any of this landscape, there will be much of the usual need to fell trees. Hello again, sir? Oh man, here to report on the hour of the day. Alright, it's almost lunchtime. Almost time for a little meal snack. Need to top off fuel in the machine that does violence. Similar overall situation to that one. I set up another quartet on this boundary. And all these nests are still far enough apart from each other that I can sneak between them and go further for exploring. There is a lot you can get away with when extending stealth supply lines into the deep wilderness. Over here, see if there's anything hiding just off camera. Even larger rock. Very valuable thing to punch. When you collect one of these, you're very briefly doing the work of like 12 drills. At no energy cost. Alright, little man returning to your perch. Captain on deck. So, snack. Okay, sizable nest here. Big medium worm for it. Is guarding sizable prize of iron. After electrics, and especially after efficiency modules, I'll be able to stealth mine some of this. Another 19 million for the reservoir. like that gap over there. These gaps over here are definitely viable to keep walking that way for quite a while. The nests don't quite close up enough to prevent you from hiking until around large worm territory. Sometimes all the way to Behemoth, depending on how permissive the map gen is. One nest on its own. The openness. Fresh map. When you have yet to build any landmarks. Remaining 8,300 resources. Like 2.5 boxes of copper. Well, copper plate. More than that, copper ore. 5 boxes of copper ore, 10 boxes of iron ore due to the compression, and some quantity of fuel to actually process the whole thing. An ongoing work. Another 2.5 hours at speed. Wouldn't be able to sneak another burner drill in. Got that one remote iron. Next round of exploration pressure should be east. And then circling back. Evo factor now 0.03. As long as you're routinely punching rocks while doing all of this exploring, it takes quite a while before you're in a position where you need to actually mine for rocks with machines. Until a thing becomes a science ingredient, you don't really spend any of it. Strategically positioned nest. A lot of worm. It's definitely the fuel demand of the machine more than the material demand. Currently limiting its performance. If I can visit and collect from those coal tabs. That'll do a lot. The weakness of the coal Ouroboros doesn't have a lot of buffer unless you make it very long, in which case it is then also emitting a lot of fumes. Okay. That iron. Push that boundary a little further. Swing down to the coal field. As one starts to assert their territorial bubble. The importance of sinking pollution means you want to hold off on mass paving. All paving must have a purpose. To which, strategically placed brick footpath along your main corridors of travel. 30% more speed. It's almost the equivalent of having a set of power legs. Or maybe exactly. You have time to read documents as you jog through the wilderness. Yes, exactly. Basic power legs, 30% speed. That's one frequent task while out exploring and otherwise doing field work. Quickly set up a little remote barbecue pit. Fire up the kiln. Also helpful practice when you use it to visibly label where your safe corridors of travel are when moving close to nests. Be so bold as to steal this rock. Atomic biters. Connoisseurs of fine rocks. Settlement of certified cool dudes in the cool dude zone. Love the unbreakable taste of the atom. So I'm trying to move south. I will push out this edge of the fog of war while I'm here. I just mumbled about this is an opportunity. up the grill. Walk over here and look around, and then I'll come back to exactly here. Around the time those bricks will be ready. And the emissions from them will have been very helpfully slurped up by these woods. Still adding to the strategic doom counter. Safely isolated from the immediate threat of provoking anything. Alright, so we got a nice large body of water here. Boxing in all of this. And as I identify where the main lines of travel should be, those bricks will be put to work. Yeah, so I can like set up the oven there. Get fuel, get iron, free brick. The coal value of all the big rocks also adds up pretty quickly. Most of a stack of coal in a single rock. Bigger than usual rock. one full charge of coal is 333 ore out of a burner drill. So every 3 such remote drills set up and forgotten about cures 1,000 ore. My world line is all the way back over. Where, as the tools become available, Kilobase is naturally inclined to indulge in grand architecture, built around large arbitrary numbers. Where one of the other side benefits of capturing biter bases is they then leave you with a big field of organic obstacles. Little irregularities to build around. Every Kilobase, personal, 1,000 times over. So here's my north-south axis. First, humble scars of paving can begin. very slightly weakening pollution sink in the core. For a reasonable cause. If there were demand for some sort of second layer, material flow. Better to consolidate resources therein. and thus, even the slightest bit, buffered material for personal use in construction. Which, frankly, should be over there instead. There. There's a little bit of priority. Oh, sorry. The old man's detecting that the hours. Very skilled. Knowing the passage of time. Solar is much closer in the tech tree as far as non-burner power supplies. It's also necessary for space travel. It's just a mere 250,000 beakers after steel and green. Whereas the atom, 800,000 for the reactor itself, and another 100,000 of blue. Where the solar panel is merely green tech. Yeah, solar is an extremely big deal here. If you're able to stop burning fuel, either doing it completely and accepting that you're only getting 70% uptime for a while, or allowing 30% of your electricity to come from coal or oil until you finish inventing the battery. One quarter of the way to gun turret. Yeah, the thing that you need in order to get more solar capacity is available land surface area, and look what we got out there. All over the place. Especially if and when you're running quality. For which my usual resting doctrine for the previous Kilobase was that common is for science mulch. Once you have quality, furniture should be made at uncommon or better. Because when you're making 1,000 times the stuff in general, a percent of your overall throughput is a lot of material. Or not even 0.1% if you were putting just a single quality 1 module in at one step of the process, like at the mining drill or something. Let alone if you start compounding. You can very quickly get yourself in a situation where every static installation has itself a handsome set of little blue dots. This handsome little dot, entitled to Google. our first little inventory control cable up. Land for monitoring the 3 ingredients of science. Which, for so long as I'm engaging in this manual loading of fuel might as well be on the bar. The whole apparatus is drawing around a megawatt. With some ups and downs depending on supply of material. Meaning each individual coal lasts like 4 or 5 seconds. Means quite a bit of coal, even at the power plant, just to run the laboratory. But that's it. Just on the ore side of things. $7,000 copy. Oh man, relaxing in-house. Remarkable. Right now all my resource operations are west and south. Still more scouting to do up north, but for now... Not yet any prizes. Prizes. Well, little man, putting your grips into the chair. Very official. A little stamp of approval. Very good, sir. He successfully torn a large enough hole in the back wall of that house that he can walk right through it. His suit's fancy. And for reference, it is 40-something% speed up, at which you would save time walking orthogonally along the square instead of cutting across its corner. Battle between two. Square root of 2. Yeah, there we go. I'd left that hotkey, I thought so, on one of my side buttons. Direct uses for gravel. Right now, just stone furnaces. Eventually, landfill and rail. Right. I made that path stop as a safety measure against exactly this sort of situation. block these off again. After I had moved that trim. Once I do seal that, a full block of woods is going to do a lot of work. It will actually clear the footpath of debris. Gravel. And around here. Where the turn should be made. Fair enough place to put a side road. Yeah, don't worry. When you adjust for the time discrepancy, you've only missed... "14 seconds of factory." The unrelenting gravity of the Kilobase. No, this is the wrong side. Factory is nothing without vast systems of arbitrary rule. Path will prioritize the top edge and the left edge, given map square. All throughout the lifespan of a Kilobase, there are all manner of things you might think of doing in a regular factory and then decide this won't take long enough to pay out. Using my normal tools, my science cost of 1, by the time I build an elaborate set of brick footpaths, brick will be obsoleted. Not here. Not ever. You'll fire those bricks, you'll lay those bricks, and you'll appreciate moving 30% faster. For much of the very, very long walks that you will need to take. The road to inventing the kilo car. So far away. So that's all on the same line. Now, there will be less paving when in close proximity to mining operations. Anywhere that actively requires its stealth envelope. "32 brick. Reach map chunk traverse." 64 stone. And when I have construction bought, sometime in the fall, they could be put to work installing diagonal paths. Biters are present. Biters are important. It is real world. The biters are a looming architectural threat. Someday all of these rocks will be pawned. Low copper. Yes, good. Elect the old kiln that I had set up. Another 65. Another 6.5, of which 0.8 in the bin. For which I can start to ambition. A long conveyor. Which inevitably in time will become quaint in scale compared to conveyors yet to be. Destination is all the way over there. Start there. Dare I employ the burner arm? Not even as. First conveyor hookup will be just for copper feed. One less material that needs manual handling. Since so much iron needs to arrive from beyond anyway. That will continue to be ported indirectly, also because topologically I've now created a bit of a snarl. The only way to untangle that right now is with long arms. Reading copper from that cube that no longer exists. Copper from the air belt. tranquil contemplation of the long burner phase. Sometime early in session 2, gun turret will be complete. Fuel supply is clearly adequate now for running local power. Initial walknet coming online. Lay out a few more basic navigational markers. Yep, clear. Reiteration. More mapping to be done, north and east. A whole lot of dirt to catalog. Haven't even been. 20 chunks due north. .41. It's 2 over root 2. So at 40%, it's close. It's close enough. %. Distinct advantage. Cutting across. Small buffer for personal construction. .05. As long as the first round of warfare goes well. likely to be the bulk of the second session. And probably at least secure all of the material that I need to reach Flamethrower. At which point, war becomes solvable for quite a while. That's almost safe walking distance. As long as I keep to the left. Some of those are probably rocks. Yeah. Good. More iron. How is it iron that has a personal space bubble? No. It is iron with an immediate neighbor. Solvable immediate. Iron that I might be able to skim a bit off of the margins of safely once we go electric. Bringing out another of the tasks that demands long walks through the wilderness. Running power cables. Yeah, power lines in and of themselves do not draw aggro. There's a lot of buildings that don't draw aggro, but they tend to sit next to other buildings that do. But if you properly isolate them, they can just kind of go about their business. Isolate the building and also be sure that it's not blocking pathfinding, because that's the other thing. That, like, biter AI runs on grouping them together into larger structures, and then that structure has a thing it's trying to do. And if an individual biter isn't part of a squad giving it orders, then it falls back on much simpler behavior. It cannot reach the far away thing it wants to bite. It will instead bite the nearby thing. That's not safe. That's very unsafe. If I were to maintain the roads past that, or being in a position to fight that nest, I would divert over a bit. Lack of iron, probably, holding it right now. there will be jobs for many more stone furnaces. The operation pre-steel, everything needed to scale up on the way to steel. 75,000 minimum green beakers to have steel furnace. All need to be made from rock. And in the age of space, basic stone furnaces can be repurposed in many ways. Could already be used to gamble for boilers. In turn, those can be used to gamble for heat towers. Tenuous connection reached out into the world. Extrude brick. I suppose in recognition of this as a real world, I try to get railway running. Kilobase 1 accomplished the vast bulk of its goals using long conveyor. The World Bus. Railway existed primarily for personal transport. Well worth the install price to be able to traverse this much map and more with a simple control click. Nearly halfway to gun. Bricks in my pocket. They belong on the ground. Man on the floor. Little man on the lap. Good day, sir. Oh, I say lap very quickly becomes little man. Climbing. Front of body. Little man at the throat. Hello, sir. It just keeps getting easier for you to do this. So tall. Okay, since these don't have full uptime, definitely get away with planting more of them. Their peak emissions would become dangerous, but especially with the woods intervening. They will have time to sink. Little guy. Composing the forms. Formalizing the petition. Say the desk time is over. Is entered into the schedule. Okay, this line is fully outside of attack range. Only within yell range. Time being. Back on the desk. See him face. See him turn him face away. Good afternoon, sir. Sniff that mug. Blurp that mug. You know where your mug is. Suitable vessel. Little businessman. Halfway to gun turn. Over to Windows. Good choice, sir. Yeah, the difference that woodland makes. How long the stank is able to loiter out here, gradually seeping down. There's a minimum accumulation of 15 points before it will start spilling from one cell to another. With the rate of flow proportionate. How large a pile concentrated. Hello again, sir. Taking to the floor. Well put, sir. Full 60 SPM. Just need 16 times this equipment. And we'll have our kilo beaker of one out of too many flavors of beaker. $60 is a good first goal. Be able to beef that up after the first round of fighting secures a proper internal pollution reservoir. And the minerals to go with it. So, over 5 hours, we have completed the equivalent of 5 beakers of normal research. Look what it takes to achieve a fraction of the power. But it has only begun. Yeah, just wind down, mumbling here. Yeah, so 0.06 Evo factor. And we get pollution graph for all time. 5,000 science have cost us. $38,000 pollution. 7.6 pollution per beaker with our current setup. Demonstrating with it the importance of getting out. Getting off of the floor of basic technology. Beginning the climb. Gotta push that number down. By pushing other numbers up. Beginnings of a base.